Good morning. New week, new stream. And I'm gonna start off today's stream with what I said in the YouTube chat by implementing a very simple, rudimentary, is that the word? Yeah. A very simple way for the character to pick up some of these consumables, and hopefully with the current implementation of the attribute system, he should also be able to consume them in a nice way. So the idea is, let's see here, I'm thinking of doing something like maybe not hide the mouse pointer when in play mode, but I want to be able to pick up fruit by hovering above them and just picking them up or clicking. And that should be it. So that's what we're gonna do or start with today. Let's just remove this debug as well. Faringer's Petty Soul Gem, that's a long name. I think I had a hard time pronouncing it last time as well, but what's up? How are you doing today? Star Platinum, I thought you were gonna pick objects around your player. Yeah, we're gonna check distance as well, but we're only gonna pick up the object we're actually hovering above. In the future though, we're gonna replace that system with something like we're just gonna pick up objects around the player, and always just the one closest to the view direction of the player. But for that to implement that system, I would like to have a proper highlight function in place first. Eddie, what's up? I non-stop switch engines and it's very annoying. Yeah, I can imagine. Any idea how I can just stick to one engine? That's a hard question, actually. I can't really relate to the switching engines part, because I pretty much I did some research before I was jumping into game dev, and I read up on Unity and Unreal Engine, and finally decided to go with Unity, mostly because of the support online. So there was a lot of more activity around Unity online, like tutorials and discussions and so on, and then I just stuck with it. And yes, I think Unity is very good for a beginner. Definitely. Although if I would have started today, I would have been more split between Unity and Godot, actually. Star Platinum, we're gonna do a Raycast. So basically Unity will calculate if the ray intersects with any of the fruit colliders. If it does, we pick it up if it's within distance. So that's what we're gonna do. Pretty much it's no need to spawn additional spheres or anything like that. It's pretty straightforward, actually. Eddie, I will just force myself to use Unity until I don't care anymore. Yeah, that sounds like a good tactic. I wish you luck with that one. Okay, so let's check on the input handler. Primary directional input, secondary directional input, toggle input. Probably want, let's see here. Just gonna call it pointer position for now. Might want to go with some additional sensitivity. This one is actually related to the mouse delta. Which one is that? Secondary. Okay, pointer position. Star Platinum. Yeah, it's true. It's true. No, I get exactly what you mean. It's a good point, it's a good point. Although... yeah, we will see how it functions. It's something to keep in mind, definitely. The colliders for the fruits aren't that perfect from the get-go. No, it's only... if you work with as few primitive colliders as you can, you usually get something like this. But yeah, like... yeah, this is just in scene view. This is in scene view, never in game view. Unity has a few issues when it comes to rendering objects in the scene view with custom renderer features and stuff like that, I've noticed. So it's only in the scene view, okay? Okay, let's see here. Okay, so we want to raycast from this pointer position. Probably want to do it every update here. And actually for now, to display if we're hovering above an object or not, we're gonna go with showing this one, attribute visual information, or just visual information. So I'm just gonna add a new interface as well. So user interface, visual information. So I want an interface for that objects that should easily be able to show quick and reliable information on screen should implement, okay? Displayer, I don't know. Let's see here. Printable, playable, visual information, displayable, displayer probably. Let's just go with visual information displayer right now. So I want to have a function or a method when the object in question is hovered, it's going to display its visual information. Although when it's not hovered anymore, I want to hide it. So Let's see here. I want to check Unity. Ooh. Order of execution for event functions. Here we go. This one is nice. Awake on enable reset start. Star Platinum, that interface is going. Every class that wants to display anything on the UI or some information in the scene should implement that interface, at least for now. The physics, I don't care about that. So update is actually the first thing that happens. Check. Do we actually have a mono behavior? Let's see. Okay, that's good. So this could solve this easily with just showing the visual information as on mouse over, on mouse exit. So set it to active on mouse over, set it to inactive on mouse exit. So like every time you hover your mouse on a fruit, it's sometimes like glow to indicate that it's chosen. Yeah, basically, but I would like to implement some sort of some visual cue like that, but that's in the future. I haven't really decided how it would be yet. But for now, it's just going to be so the visual information rectangles you see above objects, those are going to be displayed if it's on mouse over, and they're going to be hidden if it's not. But I would like to implement this with raycasting instead. I guess it's pretty usable, but yeah. Visual information displayer. Yeah, I'm gonna go with raycasting instead, because that keeps my options open for the future if I want to extend it and so on. On mouse over is just for mono behavior, so you do need a collider on the object, and it must also be on a layer that doesn't ignore raycasts, right? EGRR, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. But gonna do this with raycasting instead, I think. Although this one is good, but I want to keep my options open. Yeah, but first of all, so visual information displayer, attribute handler. So basically, instead of doing attribute visual information in late update, so this, we're gonna implement this in a method that the iVisual information displayer interface will define, basically. So I guess it's going to be something like void show and void hide. Yeah, we're gonna keep them as two different methods. Harukanen, good morning. String, visual information string. This is a very simplified right now, but that's good. Late update. Yeah, we're gonna have to do it in late update in the input handler right now. Although do I want this logic here? Yeah, probably let's do it for now. Attribute visual information. Do we have why late update? Because I want everything in update. I basically want all of this to have happened before we show the information. So that the information that gets fed is the updated ones. But visual information, so I want to be able to hide and show this one, and all of this. Might want to do something else in the future, so we're gonna go with public void enable, I think. Okay. Okay, so for now it's going to be, yeah, let's do it like this. Okay, let's see here. Camera Unity. That's a reference we're gonna need here, but we already have it, so that's good. So we're gonna do something like Raycast. Don't we have anything like this here? Screen point to Ray, screen to world point. Screen point to Ray. And then physics, Unity. Do want to get whatever it hits as well. Oh, we do get Ray hit info. There we go. This one should be okay. So Ray cast hit, and then if screen point to Ray. Hopefully, oh yeah, we need to get the data from this one as well. So it's something like pointer position dot read value vector 3. Max distance, no, I want out hit. Okay, so this one returns true if we hit anything with a ray defined by this one, this method. And if so, we get some information about whatever we hit in here. So I just want to see. Let's do debug.log hit.collider. the collider that was hit. Can I do .name? Otherwise, no hit. This one is set, but it's not. Instantiate events, enable input actions. Yeah, let's see what we get. Irish Potato, what's up? How are you doing today? Okay. With value of type vector 2. Okay, that sucks. So I guess we're gonna have to do, instead of read value vector 3, we're gonna go with vector 2, but unfortunately stream point to Ray. Did we have it's a vector 3, so need to, although I wonder, will we get a runtime error for this, or? Okay, nice. Terrain, terrain, terrain. Sphere. Cherry part collider. Need to check that one. Cherry part collider. Pair. Okay. Okay, that's good. Although we're getting cherry part prefab here. Item here, rigid body here. And then we have yeah, of course we're getting this collider. I wonder if, let's see here, Raycast hit Unity. The collider that was hit, the rigid body of the collider that was hit, this one is what I want, because so if we hit, the cherries are pretty much structured like this. So a cherry consists of multiple parts down here. Each part has its own collider, but we only have one rigid body, and that is on the parent cherry object. And it's this object I want. Cypher5, what's up, man? How are you doing today? Okay, so I don't really care about the collider, but rather the rigid body. So like this. And then of course now we know this works. It did with the collider, however. So now I want to check if the object in question is a visual information displayer. If it is, we display it. If it's not, we hide it. And we also want to hide this one. I can't smell or taste anything though. Been like it all weekend. Damn. That was one of the symptoms of COVID, right? Hopefully you gain it back soon. Okay. So, last frame visual information displayer. Yeah, so let's do something like this. I visual information displayer. Hit dot rigid body. Get component. Okay, something like this, and then I just want to do I think I want to define this one outside here, because let's see here, visual information displayer. Yeah, it ain't that. Okay, nice to hear. Hoping it just passes with this code I got. Yeah. Hopefully. You've seen all this Twitter blow up about that Pal World game. Yes. I've seen it. Yeah, if that continues, I'm probably gonna have to market this game as Pal World without guns, I suppose, but we will see. Nah, if I'm gonna be honest, like, I haven't looked that much at it. It looks like a fun little game, but it's quite different from what I envisioned this game to be. So I'm not worried. I'm happy for their success though. What's up, Cooler SK? Nebuchadin, Ayo, how are you doing? Okay, let's see, let's continue this one. Visual information displayer, if we hit a rigid body, we check if it has one of those components. I also want to do, let's see here, I wonder if I might as well do last frame visual display does disable, or what did I name it? Hide, show hide, yeah, hide. We do this, and visual information displayer. show. And in the end, last frame visual information displayer, but might as well. Yeah, if I'm gonna do it this way, I might as well keep this one inside the ifs. No, never mind. Is equal to visual information display. I was curious, why use Unity events instead of the standard C# delegates and events? Good question. So right now, this input handler was implemented quite a while ago. Right about when the new input system in Unity got revealed, or at least to me. I don't remember exactly why I chose Unity events instead of C# ones, so I can't really answer that. Lately, I've actually been using the or have I? Let's see. Nah, still using Unity event. I have no idea. I don't have a good answer to that question. Is there really? Let's see here. Let's figure it out. Unity event C# versus C# event. Pros and cons. Why chose Unity event over native C# events? Because this might be good to know for future use. Yeah, this is not why I chose it in my case. Another advantage of Unity event is that it prevents the problem of Unity object not being free due to misuse of delegates. This is pretty nice though, but okay, very good question. I might as well just put up a task to, because in most cases where I've used Unity event, I think C# event might be a better option, except for we have scheduler by event, or let's see here. No, triggerer, I think it is. Yeah, this one here, this is like the only place I think so far where I actually want to be able to assign the event from the editor. The last sentence. But yeah, this is good information. Curbholtz, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. Okay, appreciate the question, because as it seems, always go with native C# events. Okay. That's very good to know. I used to use Unity events, but the limit of params and the performance made me go to C# events. Yeah, I haven't felt the performance just yet. But yeah, okay, so this is a task now. This is nice. Just go straight to C++ for performance cooler. I don't know. I do miss C++ though, but it's been a while. Okay, so this should fix it. Let's just go through it real quick. So last frame visual information displayer hide. So we hide the last one if we have it. We check for a new hit. If we do find anything, we check if it has a visual information displayer. If it does, we show it, and then we just set it like this. Hopefully this will work. We'll see. Wow, I binged your video last night and I wasn't even subscribed. I appreciate the binge. Would appreciate a subscription as well. A YouTube sub. Okay, let's see. So if I hover over this one, okay, the visual information gets shown, but okay, let's do it for this one. But we can see in the scene here that it gets shown. Unfortunately, or that it gets activated. Unfortunately, it doesn't. Okay, the position of it is wrong. So let's see what we can do about that. Where's the assembly gang at? That's true. If you want to go for speed, I'm gonna do it in assembly. Okay, so why didn't the position update? Let's take a look. Attribute handler. Show. We do enable it. We never. Oh yeah. Did I remove? No. Visual information itself does this one. Late update. Okay, so what I think happens is we can probably do this one in enable if we implement it this way, that is. But so what I think happens is that this visual information late update runs before the input handler. So this one is actually disabled at the time, which means that none of this runs, and then in next frame this one is enabled, but the position is still 0. So let's implement we have a lot of public methods here. Cooler SK, I have a book on assembly with yellowed pages. I use it to prop one of my monitors. Yeah, but I bet it looks good with a assembly book beneath the monitor. Hell yeah. Irish potato. Yeah, thanks to YouTube. Love when YouTube recommends my stuff. Okay, let's see. Private void update position, I guess it is. Or actually it's position and rotation, so update transform. If followed object. Let's just move all of this down here. I wonder. What I'm worried about is if I only call this one from here, then this class depends on something else to continuously call this one. But maybe that's not such a bad idea, because then also we don't need this reference, because right now we have a cyclic circle dependency basically. So this one has a reference to the object, the followed object, and the followed object itself has a reference to this one, although this one refers to game object. Nah, still don't like it. So could do Brandon, woo-woo coding. Yeah, woo-woo coding indeed, man. Cooler, can't really see it actually. The monitor holder thing is partially broken, so I can tilt it. Ah, okay. I get it. Still nice that the assembly book still has its uses. EL Studios Dev, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay, I just have to take a step back here and think about how I would like to implement this. Although I think it's okay. Visual information, enable and disable. Probably gonna go with hide and show here instead. And show is gonna have vector 3, world position maybe. Still need main camera reference, but that's okay. Show world position, update transform, vector 3, world position. I think I'm actually going to remove, so followed object and followed offset. This object shouldn't know about this, so I think I'm actually going to remove that one, and then it's up to whatever spawned this object to properly update its position. Ah, EL Studios Dev, that makes sense. Oh. Shufni, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. External references. Nah, fuck these. I don't want these. So what do we have? Set followed object. Yeah. Get away with you. And you. And source object. I think this is just nicer. Although create might want to send in string name. String name. I think this is a better way to do it. What am I missing? Oh yeah. This one. So we create it, and then in update transform we send in world position, and we don't care about transform position, or we don't care about, so this one will just be changed to transform.position is equal to world position. And then if face camera and main camera is not equal to null, Irish potato, well time for 3 hours of coding. Yippee. You don't sound happy about it. Don't you enjoy coding? Okay, so this is still good. Start, disable. Yeah, so here we just want to go with hide now. Late update, don't care about that one. Show, set active, and let's see here. Set text. Thinking of doing, so if we call show, we can also have string text. Show text at world position. This one changes the size and scale, and then finally set transform. Update transform. Yeah. Okay. So a little bit more work for the attribute handler in here. Attribute visual information enable. Instead we're going to do this. So we get whatever text we want to show, and then we do attribute visual information dot show. And so this one will handle the offset, or like the world position of this information. You sound like you have an accent. Yes, I do. I'm from Sweden, so English is my second language. For the past 20 years, I've worked hard and spilled a lot of energy to get rid of this accent, but it seems to be impossible. Yeah, I like Sweden. So when you say America, are you from the big USA? Cooler SK, I tried to read it several times too, but the coding lingo always got above my head. Yeah, I guess it depends on who's the audience for the book. If the audience is people who are new to coding, you might want to ease up on the coding lingo. I actually did some coding in assembly when I was at the university, and I remember it being extremely cool but so tedious. Like I have no idea how someone could be able to program something big with assembly, but then you read about things like Coaster Tycoon, and I'm just perplexed. USA, Memphis, Tennessee. Oh, nice. I've never been to USA, although I plan to sometime in the far future. But it's nice, it's nice. Okay, so when we call show here, we want to send in the visual string that should be shown, but we also want to send in where it should be shown. So what I'm thinking is, let's see here. Yeah. I want to base this one. I want to base the offset on the collider here. So the object in question that, or more, the object in question that should show this information, I want to get the dimension of that object. So for this one, I would like to get something like the capsule collider center, so around here, and then I want to get the height, and I want to take the center plus the height, so I'm around here, or actually I would be around here, which is perfect. So something similar with this one, I would like to take the center of the collider, so around here, and then I would just like to add the height to get around here, and that's where I want to spawn the information. Or taking 1 times the height might not really be enough, because we might get some overlap with the actual object. But that also depends on our visual information. We might do it so that the visual information, the origo or the center of the visual information, is at the bottom, and then we might avoid some of the overlap. Irish Potato, if you're going to put secrets in the game, put me in it first. Yeah, we'll see. I do like the idea of like viewers having a say or adding to the game. We'll see in the future. One question though, if you're from USA, why the Irish in your name? Or do you have Irish roots? Or do you just like Irish Potato? So many questions. But yeah, basing. But then the question is, if we take a look at the cherry, this one for instance, so it has a rigid body. Ooh. But the colliders are not one, but multiple colliders. So we have a compound collider here. Get dimension of a compound collider. Is that even possible? Get dimensions of compound collider. I don't know if, yeah, loop through the children, get their bounds and add them all together. Damn. That one sucks. I definitely don't want to do this. Definitely not. Irish potato. People have never said that to me before. Ah, okay. What character is this? So Irish potato object camp TROC. Okay, Irish potato. Let's see. You can always cache it at the first run. Yes, 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 indeed. Probably something like that I'm gonna have to do. I just don't know which component should be handling that just yet. I don't think I want my attribute handler to handle it, but we will see. EL Studios Dev, let's see. I don't know how to get the bounce of a rigid body, but there's a class named bounce you can create and update real time. Yeah. Okay, so from Collider, oops, let's see here. Yeah, bounce is amazing. So colliders do have bounce, so that's nice. Every subclass of collider is gonna have bounce, so that is box collider, sphere collider, and so on. So if the object in question only has one collider, then this one is fine. Something someone could also use is, let's see here, mesh renderer Unity, I think it is. Yeah, this one also has bounce, so that's very nice. So the renderer has a bounding box which you can use. Although I like to rely more on the colliders. The problem is when we're working with something like a... let's comment this one out for now. The problem, or the special case more like here, is when you work with an object that consists of multiple colliders. And right now that's our cherries, for instance. So this object actually consists of two. Why do I always forget the name of this type of collider? Capsule colliders. So how do you get the bounce here? And then it's looping through all the children, calculating the bounce of each collider and extending a reference or creating a new bounce from those. You could do that every frame, extremely unoptimized. You could do it once and cache it, like D Sabbath said, but then you have to be able to handle cases where something like this happens, so you actually get some rotation mid-game between the two colliders. Yeah, this pair is beautiful. So yeah, I don't know. Right now, objects, these right now the compound colliders doesn't change, but they might in the future. So, Yeah, so it's basically just we have this component which is called visual information, and it just places a rectangle in the game world with some information of objects, attributes mostly. So it's just a question of how I can show you how they look. Or actually, will they? I can't show them now, we have changed too much. But it's just a rectangle above an object that relies information about the object. And just what I'm trying to do here is just calculate the placement of this rectangle. And I want to do it based on an object's colliders. Irish Potato, you should watch Animatic Battle 1 if you see... Okay, Animatic Battle 1, that's the only thing I understand from that sentence. Yeah, the pair just disappeared. When I quit play mode, it returned. What's up, Star Platinum? Haven't done that much yet, so you haven't missed a lot. Yeah, I want the box to appear above the object in the 3D world. Right, yeah. So I think the problem, or to make that happen, that's not the actual problem. That's pretty straightforward and easy to do. The problem is more, or it's not really a problem, but it's a design choice. Where and when do I want to calculate the bounds which will be used for this visual information? So body definition, definitely. Body definition. But that's for the character. So if we look at this one. Skinned mesh renderer. Eye attribute user. So it's more like... So when it comes to the character, it's definitely the body definition that should keep track of this. But when it comes to the fruits, they won't have a body definition, I don't think. So I wonder, should I introduce an additional interface here? Or... Okay, first of all, I'm just gonna do it here in a rough, ugly way, just to get it working. So what I'm trying to do is conveyed, and then I can handle where it should be done and when it should be done. So it's just something like this. Vector 3 world position is equal to, let's do collider collider if collider else. So else here, we're just gonna do else world position is equal to transform dot position. We can actually do it like this. It's equal to transform dot position and like this. And when we show this one, we do visual information string text world position. world position. But if we do have a collider as well, I want to do world position plus equals to collider dot bounds dot y, I think, but then we need to do some multiplied by vector 3 dot up. Using system. What am I using system for here? Wait. How can it still be system numerics? Do I use this one for anything? Okay, that's good. Let's see here. I'm just gonna finish this and then read chat. There's a lot of new messages. Yeah, so something like this. I think it's pretty much done. EL Studios dev, yes. Maybe get the world position of the object used. Yes, exactly. That's nice. What's up, Woolly Dev? How are you doing today? Darabo, what's up? Good morning, Darabo. And Irish Potato, going to change the name now. Guess which character I'm going to do. Golden Apple is pretty cool, isn't it? D-Sabbath, gotta remove the using of numerics. Yes, yes. VS Code has a habit of doing it. Unfortunately, yes. Okay, let's see if this works. So, show here gets the world position if we do have a collider. So this won't really work for the cherries, I suppose. But if we do have a collider, we take the bounds and offset the world position. And that's what we show this one with. Let's see if it works. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the offset is not nearly enough, but it works. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Yeah, we can double check what the bounds actually are. Also, maybe use another camera in the camera stack to render it on top and face it to the camera. So it's actually always facing the camera, but not on the X and Z, but only on the Y axis. And that's by design. I like how it looks. And I haven't really decided yet if I want real life or world objects to actually obscure them or not. But if I would like them to be rendered on top of other objects, I wouldn't go with another camera in the stack. I'm always reluctant to add additional cameras. They come with a very big rendering cost, right? But instead I would just do it in the I would just skip depth testing in the shader, the material. You have a tutorial for the debug label thing. Not yet, Star Platinum, maybe. And it's actually, so right now it's a debug thingy, but in the, like, this is probably slowly going to transform to something I actually want to use in game. but we will see. Okay, so just using the bounce height is not really enough, and as we can see for the cherries, this one doesn't have any bounce, so we don't get any offset here. We do get it here though. LT, I guess that stands for Lieutenant, so Lieutenant Conquer, what's up? How are you doing? I love your accent, sounds awesome. Appreciate it. And it makes me happy because I'm not a big fan of the Swedish accent. So when someone else is, it makes me a little bit less conscious about it. Yeah, I'm good as well, EL Studios Dev, gameplay and UI programming I can do. The shader stuff you do is magic to me. If I'm gonna be honest, it's pretty much magic to me as well. Really, Sweden is so good. Yeah, I love Sweden. I feel lucky to be born here. Star Platinum, what bounce? Why don't check the position then plus new vector 3 offset thing? Yeah, we're talking about the label thing. That's what we did previously. I'm just updating the system right now because I don't want to explicitly define the offset. I want it to be dynamic based on the objects. I can't even do particles correctly. Well, I'm not that good with the particles as well, but I'm looking forward to. It's been a while since I dabbled with the particles, but looking forward to it. Okay, so now the question is, just doing plus bounce height once is not enough. Instead, we're gonna have to do something like, and I also wonder, let's see here. World position, transform position. I might actually want to change this one to collider dot center. Doesn't it have a center? Okay, so if actually, why doesn't Collider have a center? Bounce center. Okay, beautiful. Thank you, appreciate it. Because some objects might have a weird origo, maybe. Mo 7 Med 280 dark mode, please. Yes. But how? Yeah, the contrast between the two are pretty much sucks. Do we have a native? Yeah, getting people flashbanged. Yes. I think my Chrome should be dark mode. It's just this appearance theme. Yeah, my Chrome is set to dark mode. So I don't know, do Unity documentation, does it have its own setting, or it just doesn't implement it very well, I guess. Ooh, nah. Do we have Unity documentation, dark mode? Dark version of the documentation, please. Or actually, Unity documentation. The Unity documentation comes with the Unity, right? Dark Reader extension. Yeah, maybe I should get that one. But Unity documentation, I do have it downloaded. Maybe I should just open it in VS Code instead of let's see here. Would be nice to have it here. Access Unity documentation in VS Code. Okay, so yeah, if I want to stop flashbanging my viewers, I probably should implement the extension for auto dark modes. We'll look into it after stream. And yeah, built-in dock is better than web doors. Docs. Yeah, the background music is from Lofi Girl. Love it. But let's see here. Yes, my variables are usually extremely explicit. Maybe a bit too much sometimes, but I want to be able to read the code as one would read a book, basically. But it would be nice to... Okay, warning, it's going to be light now. Download Unity documentation. It should have come with the Unity, right? Offline documentation. About 300 megabytes. Iced coffee from Animatic Battle. Okay, that's explicit. I like it. I like it. What version is it? Am I using 21.2? I think. So this is pretty nice with an offline documentation. Then I won't look up stuff from some version I don't have. I don't think if I mentioned it, but Mo7Med280, thank you so much for the follow as well. Okay, let's open this one up and see how it looks. It's still downloading. I want to try this one as well. While I'm unpacking the documentation and stuff like that, I can still work here. .22 has the new splines and some new things. Yeah, I'm still on 21.2. I'm going to update soon. It's just... I have so many things I need to get done. But yeah, the plan is to switch to a newer version soon, because I'm kind of missing out right now on all the new stuff. Would love to use the splines, definitely. Okay, so if we use the collision center, we get this one. And then we have this problem. You see, it's lerp the position. Yeah, the problem is Iced coffee from Animatic Battle. Yeah, not as many people watch the stream on YouTube and they come and go more. But it's nice. One thing I really hate is the amount of versions / updates on engines. Make it more seamless, please. Yes. Yes. Okay, so the problem with this one looking jagged like this is because the character position is updated in fixed update, but that's weird. Or depends. Fixed update should happen first. So the position should be updated. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh yeah, I think this could probably be... Yeah. So if I switch back to... If I switch back to world position here, let's check it. Yeah, I know iced coffee. Big fan of the new name. So we don't get as much now. Yeah, so it's actually the collider that doesn't update smoothly, and that's okay. So I'm gonna have to base this on the object itself. So this character, the origin is down here by the feet, I think, which means that we get about here, yeah. Okay, so maybe not base the position of the collision center. The bounce though is okay. So then unfortunately I'm gonna have to introduce something like 1.5, then we have a constant here, not a big fan of that. A lerp, I don't think so. So the problem is that the position is lagging behind, basically. That's why we got this laggy update on the screen. So if we base the UI object's position only on the collider, i.e. physics objects, the UI element is going to be dependent on when we update the physics. So it's going to be dependent on fixed update, while I want it to be dependent on frame update. The UI element is on late update. So the physics might not be updated as often as the late update, and that's why we get the laggy. So when we don't want to do lerp, we don't know the future position, so we can't really make it smooth. The Sabbath, why not create an empty child object of the player and use its transform? I want to make this system as dynamic as I can. So like for every object that should have a visual information attached to it, I don't want to add a transform to every object that needs it. Does that make any sense? Star Platinum, why use collider bounce though? Why not using the scale? but the scale is going to be 1, or am I misunderstanding anything? Something. So the scale is most likely just 1 for each object. I don't really see how... Good luck with the Dog EL Studios dev. So if I don't use it on, I don't care if it doesn't work with objects that doesn't have a collider, because right now the system relies on the object having a collider. You can't hover. The hover implementation won't notice objects without colliders. The introduction of a constant like this, not a big fan. But it do solve the problem. Way too much. You could implement like a... Let's see here. Visual information. Interesting problem. First things, let's see. Yeah, could go something like that, because we still have the problem with compound objects as well, or compound colliders. Game Story, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. So the problem is always revolves around how can we make this as dynamic as possible. I would like to don't have to worry about specific setup for specific objects. That's the part I want to skip. So probably want to base this also on how small an object is. So we want this constant to be bigger the smaller an object is, because I want it to be... I don't know. It's hard. Star Platinum, I don't know what you're going on about with the scale. So if we take this character, the character object, its scale is 111. If I offset the UI element by the scale, I'm gonna offset it by 1. So that's an absolute value. That's like a constant value. And I don't care about objects without a collider. Does it make any sense? Ferda, good morning. How are you doing today? Iced coffee, aka Irish potato, Spas 12. So utilizing scale in this case is not what I want to do. I'm good as well, thank you for asking. Just thinking about how to properly position these information boxes in the world in a nice way. Make it all hats? Maybe. A nice 3D object. Ooh, I think I might... let's see. What do we have? Camera node. Now when I think about it, I might want to... I love the small little information box you get from objects this far away. Nice. Doot. D-Sabbath, yeah. Instantiate the child object at first load. Get the collider bounds plus a fixed offset. The fixed offset might need to go with fixed offset in the end, but would like to avoid it. The problem with instantiating something in the first frame or at first load is that we might have dynamic colliders later on, or colliders that changes size. Could it work as a UI element rather than an in-game element? Yeah, definitely. Could easily switch that, but pretty much gonna have the same issue, except that... So I'm an extremely big fan of UI that is in the world. I know there exists a better term for it. But so the idea is basically to have as much of the UI as I possibly can appear in the world, so to speak. So even though we go with a solely or UI and canvas solution, I'm still gonna have to keep track of or position UI elements in the world, so I know roughly where they will show up on screen. Like augmented, yeah, basically. I don't know, I think there exists a term for that type of UI, UI design. In-game world UI design term. Or actually designing UI to appear in game world. Does that make any more sense? Fuck it. I know there exists a nice term. Like, not world space, but there exists a term specifically for user interface that is designed in the world space. or appear to be in the world space. So I think Dead Space did it extremely well. Like this, first of all, this having the life on the suit, stasis, you can see the ammo here. What the fuck, this, wow, like gets me all warm inside. Such a fucking smart design. And then you have this when you check your inventory, so you have like the inventory projected in game world. Diegetic UI. Maybe it could be. I just I don't know exactly. Let's see. Yeah. Maybe this is the term. It doesn't ring any bells for me, but it seems to be the term. Thank you for that. Yeah, diegetic UI is UI made to look like it is entirely part of the game's narrative. Oof, but it's so hard. So diegetic UI, that was the term I was looking for. And like, this is diegetic UI done to perfection, according to me. This right here. Like, how fucking smart is this? Yeah, when it's done well, it's amazing. Fuck yeah, it is. I don't know. Good examples of diegetic UI. So, like, sometimes you can just do as much. So, projecting the interface here, that's okay. It could probably have. Sometimes you can't really do it too diegetic, so to speak, but yeah, let's see. Good example. I want to see. Backpack Astroneer. It uses something similar, right? What is this? Okay, but when you pick up, when you like click inventory, it doesn't zoom in on the backpack, or does it actually look like this when you fiddle around with the inventory? Because then it would look, pretty nice. Very nice. This is also so an actual map like that the character takes, and the compass as well. Love it. I hate all this clutter most of the new UIs use. I mean, this is, yeah, if your character has some form of, I don't know, smart glass or smart eyes, this is okay as well. But this is like between diegetic UI and original UI. Yeah, I've only heard good things about Firewatch. Never played it though. Maybe I should. But this, wow. I mean, this as well. I like this. Yeah, I remember Dead Space being sick the first time I played it. What's up, by the way, Defesmo? But yeah, for now, these debug labels are gonna be like this. Wouldn't really call it diegetic UI. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it correctly, but yeah. So one solution could just be to do, so we get the bounds in some way. For compounds colliders, we're gonna have to calculate it somewhere, but collider bound size y up okay, so this one, so no, we're not. We actually stumbled into the diegetic UI design rabbit hole, looked on some nice pictures, and just started working again, basically. So this one, if we just take the transform of this character is down here, and then we add the collider, so we come up to about here, which means that we could do it like this. Let's see. Visual information, world position, plus new size, locals, text object, rect transform dot size delta dot y. Times vector3 dot up. So we offset it based on the UI element as well, how big it is. Imagine if we're gonna look into that soon. Okay, so this is good. This is good. For the apple, the pear, and the carrot, it's extremely good. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Although, it's good for this one as well. And to be honest, it should be, so the offset is based on vector3 up, so world up. If we turn the object upside down, hopefully we still want to make the information box appear above it. So it should be okay. This one though, this one doesn't have any colliders. We don't base the offset for this UI element is only based on the size of the UI element itself. We haven't solved the compound colliders yet. But I think I'm thinking about a solution for that one actually. And that one is going to be, let's see here. In the visual information displayer, we're gonna introduce something like we're gonna introduce vector I was thinking about doing vector3 bounds, so something like this. Maybe. Because right now the attribute handler is the visual information displayer. That's not how it's going to be down the road. For the character, it's going to be body, I think. Yeah, I think it's going to be body in the future. So we're gonna have one. Ooh, yeah, we're gonna have one interface for objects that have any such or any type of information. And then we're gonna have this one, visual information displayer, and it's up to whoever implements this interface to actually display it in game. So the idea in the future is to have like body definition for character, or like the topmost component for an entity. I don't know what that would be, character. But that one should be that one's task to actually put the information on screen. I'm rambling a bit now, but so this one should definitely have something like this, bounds, and then it's up for whoever implements this one to calculate the bounds. I wonder if okay, I'm gonna change this quite a lot, or I'm gonna switch some things around. So we're gonna implement something like information information giver. That's a bad name, but something like information giver, and that's going to be every component that has information that at some point should be displayed on screen, or should be displayed, or yeah. And then we're gonna do visual information displayer. It's the job of this one to actually display it on screen. Hopefully it will all make sense in the after it's implemented. But before I jump into that, I just need to go and grab something to eat real quick. It will only take about 5 minutes, so be right back. 5 minutes. By the way, EL Studios dev, I have tried the Odin Inspector a long time ago, and I was very impressed by it. Probably gonna use it in the future again. I'm just a bit reluctant for introducing too many third-party stuff in my projects. It usually doesn't end well with a lot of dependencies, but we will see. But yeah, anyway, be right back real quick. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Let's see. .tween or do tween. That one is also very good. MEC, I have no idea what that one is. Ooh, yeah. Hot reload. More effective coroutines. Okay, so I'm actually leaning towards. So I started using. Let's see here. They are like 200 times faster than Unity's. Oh damn, that's good. But how does they compare to? How do they compare to C# tasks? Because I've actually been starting to use like tasks instead of the actual coroutines. What's up, DevSpios? Thank you so much for the raid once again. Yes, enjoy your lunch, man. And thank you. C# tasks are much better. Yeah, but you can't do physics on tasks and some other limitations. Yeah, that might be true. And I also noticed that right now I have to do something like this because I actually noticed that the tasks kept running even though we exited play mode. So when these tasks get started, they don't stop when exiting the play mode. So the proper way to do it is to send in a cancellation token. So I could either define that myself, do an if like this, or in newer versions of Unity they actually have a cancellation token in the Unity API, so that's nice. Also debugging tasks is a nightmare. Yeah. Yeah, I know. So it's basically threading, and threading is it's a hard task. Burned Vogelmeyer, add egg. What do you mean by that? Yeah, okay, let's see. But yeah, so I've just dipped my toes into tasks so far, but maybe more in the future, we'll see. Okay, so what I wanted to do was want to split this into two different interfaces basically. So it's going to be, oh yeah. Definitely would like to add an egg as well. Pretty boring to model though, but if you model it in half, it looks pretty nice. But it's added to the to-do list. Okay, so apart from visual information displayer, I would like to have something like, sorry about that. What should be the name of it? Oops. Let me just translate this. Something that gives information. A better word for give, what the fuck. Relays. Information relayer. I don't know. Relay. Information provider. That's an okay name, right? create C# script. We're gonna put it in user interface for now. Don't know. Side note, if you have to calculate the bounds of combined colliders, the burst compiler might be something to look into. I actually have that on my to read list. Burst compiler and ECS and dots and a lot of things, but I appreciate the tip. So information provider. So any component or any class that implements this interface has some information to provide. Although I hate I love the interface prefix of I, but I hate it when it comes before an interface that begins with I. It just looks so fucking weird. Okay, yeah, we'll definitely check out Burst. I say Dan dots is also a nightmare. Yeah, could probably do with an underscore here, but then I'm gonna have to change all the interfaces and so on. Maybe. Where did you see the float 3, by the way? But so float 3 is I know them from shaders, so HLSL. So instead of saying vector 3, you go float 3, basically. Yeah, this one is an interface. Interface. Should I implement this as just a get? They're using the same naming convention for dots and jobs as the shit. Ah, okay. Ah, that's pretty nice. I guess it's a similar way of thinking, working with dots and shaders. Or this is just a guess. I haven't touched dots yet, but I have touched shaders quite a lot. Fucking love shaders, man. I love GPU programming or graphic card programming. It's so much fun, so powerful. Nice thing is you can do vector 3 equals to some float. Ah, yeah. Okay, so splines in the new library, they use float 3s. Okay, that's pretty nice. Let's just go string information maybe for now. Although, if we take a look at attribute handler, for instance, it's all of this that should go into information. A lot of different components is gonna do a lot of different complicated stuff to get or to give the information they care about to someone else, so probably best to have it in a function, I think. Just a classical function. Maybe. EL Studios dev, feel free to share anything if you want from your game. I'm intrigued. I remember grinding in Sonic Adventures 2, grinding on the rails, and then also Jet Set Radio as well. Damn, that was a nice game. And Harukan and splines use burst and jobs under the hood. Okay. So then it's just natural that they use splines as well. Get information, let's go with that. Show hide. We're gonna change this one to okay, let's do it like this now. So I information provider public void get information. No, it should be string, by the way. And let's rename this one. What was it? Control F2. Information string. We're not gonna have show here. We're gonna have this somewhere else. Visual information displayer. We're gonna put this one in. Okay, so for now I'm gonna put it in body definition. I attribute user. I visual information displayer. Show hide body definition. Collider, we don't need to get the colliders here, I don't think. We have main collider, we have root transform. But let's keep this one. So instead collider, I don't care about that one. If main collider. Okay, iced coffee from Animatic Battle / Irish Potato. Popcorn. What do we do here? Yeah, finally we can just do this. But attribute visual information, just gonna call it visual information. Something like this. It's getting a bit messy, I think we're gonna keep it like this for now. Attribute visual information, destroy. Okay, this one is cleaner again, that's good. We have on destroy. So the idea is when we get the information string here, instead we do something like, okay, this is going to look ugly and a bit unoptimized, but let's do, yeah, we do have some, we need to implement show, hide, let's go public. Yeah, void is probably not what I want to keep here, but I'm going to change it soon. So when we want to get the information string, it's going to look something like this. This is probably also something we can optimize by caching it and so on. So string information string is equal to game object dot get components in children. Do I care about, now we're just gonna do components for now, and I information provider. So this returns us with a list of this one. So here I want to do where I always forget what the prop link map C#. Apply a mapping function. What do we have instead? Select. Dot select do this one really care about new line? Yeah, it does. Okay. So select I dot get information, and then we want to flatten it because right now it's an array of a lot of strings. So what is it, flatten or something like that? Yeah, one sec, let's see. You know that Unity has its own recording component, right? So you can record straight from Unity. It's very nice. I use it a lot. I can show it soon. But maybe you wanted to record from a build. I don't know. Let's see here. I'm just gonna do. Okay, let's see here if I can bring it up. Oh damn, let's see. Easebin, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Yeah, 3Cs are hard, but this looks pretty nice. Love it, especially the like wall walking. Ah, there we go. Nice. Very nice. Insane parkour indeed. It looks like it controls very well. Ah, nice. And then if you want to record from the editor, you can actually, so Unity has its own recorder. This one is very nice. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I saw the trick recognition. So recorder, just get it from Package Manager. It's Unity's own recorder, so then you can record on frame interval. So you could record the first 0 to 1000 frames, or you could do manual single frame or time by seconds. You can also decide if it should be constant or variable. So you could, even though your game might not render in 144 frames per second, you can set it to that one and it will record it. This have saved me so much time. So definitely recommend this for recording anything in the Unity editor. Or like, it will only record the actual game, you know. But yeah, it's very nice to create short little videos and things like that of new stuff you've implemented, or showcase some new functionality, whatever. It's very nice. And I've lately been using it for my devlogs as well. Gives me a crisp 60 FPS locked videos. No problem at all. No problem at all. Okay, body definition show. World position. I would rather do... So this is going to be... I don't care about main collider here. D-Sabbath, gotta say your toon shader is incredibly clean looking. Love it. Thank you, if you were referring to mine. Ardav, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. And Smack My Peach, what's up? How are you doing? So here instead we're just gonna do... Okay, we want to get the information string first of all. So get components, I information provider, select I get information. So this one is a list of strings and I want to flatten it. I don't know what the link terminology for that one is, but flatten maybe. Let's see. Flatten list in link, select many. I fucking love link. It's extremely nice, but I'm used to, like when working with lists like this, I'm used to with another terminology like map and flatten and things like that. Okay, select many projects each element of a sequence to an result into one sequence. But this is for like flat, this is for select maybe is a better than, because this one feels like it's for if you have a list of lists to flatten into one list. RDev, hi, glad to meet you. Thank you for your work and explanations. No problem at all. Thank you for stopping by. Do you come from functional background? Nah, I wouldn't say that, but it's more like the first times I was introduced to this concept was in Haskell. So I don't come from a functional programming background, but I've done some functional programming. Yeah, Link is amazing. ADM, what's up? How are you doing today? Just checking in. How has your progress been lately? You know me, it's pretty slow, but it's moving in the right direction. And thank you for the follow, Smack My Peach. So didn't I read this question? I'm looking for a way to transform each. No, okay. This was the question. List of int. Yeah, this is a list of lists. Okay, let's be more specific. Flatten list of strings to one string. C# link. Hadoukanen, aren't you a fan of Haskell? Or however you pronounce it? Ask the AI. Nah, I don't want to rely on those. Okay, sorry. From now on, I will refer to it with the age word. Or age language, maybe. Let's see. Join. Okay. So I might just go with string or aggregate with a new line. Link is incredibly helpful. It's the garbage collector that doesn't really like it. There's probably something to it. Okay, beautiful. So just plus, I suppose. Aggregate. Oh, this is pretty cool. CN. Okay, so current next. Or longest next. Longest. Okay, now I understand. So aggregate can be used for a lot of things. Okay, this is very nice. So I pretty much just want to return this. Or plus. So could do aggregate. Gonna go with current and next. C and shouldn't it be like this? Sorry. And that should be the information string. Although doing this every time we want to show this one is not good, so probably gonna cache these in some list on the top here. Will I ever have a case where something is added during runtime like this? I don't think so. So this is probably a list I want to store in this component. But yeah, okay, so this is the information string basically. And then I want to calculate world position, and we're going to do it by transform.position plus get bounds, because we're going to have a function like that. And get bounds is going to return, I don't know if I want to call it bounds. Yeah, I want to call it bounds because we're doing get bounds, I think. And here I want to do get bounds dot y times vector 3 dot up, or size. Okay, so something like this is going to be how the information is shown. iVisual, this one is going to be bounds. I think I'm gonna have to check into bounds Unity. EL Studios Dev, yeah, the Unity recorder. It's amazing. Bounds, constructor, center size. Okay, that's beautiful. Where do we have... Okay. So get bounds of compound collider Unity. It's pretty damn bright. Okay, so this function is very nice. This is probably also something that wants to be done at awake or start and then cached. But so get components in children, this one. That's heavy. But then again, if we change them, if they get altered, so I'm gonna have to put a note on it. Okay, for now, body definition, get bounds, to do, handle, compound, pound, colliders, note, handle the case where compound, or where colliders might change transform during runtime. But for now, return main collider dot bounds. So show world position, transform position plus get bound size Y. It's up to every eye visual information displayer to implement this one themselves. And then we also have information strings, so we search every component on this one that might be an information provider. Just add them all together, all strings, and show it. Let's see if this works. So it's pretty much nothing new right now, but a little bit better structured, I think. Okay, so it works for this one, it doesn't for... Oh yeah, of course. So it works for the character, that's nice. Okay, so character implements it, so it works for character. Consumables does not so far. So consumable. Smack my peach. Where can I get the toon shade? This toon shader. If you're talking about, so it's actually two different shaders. It's the outlines, which are a custom render feature. It exists. I have it on my GitHub, although it's haven't been updated in a while, so it only works with Unity 2021, I think. But there's a pull request open right now for updating it, which I'm gonna review this week. As for the cell shading, that's another shader which is on my GitHub as well. So I guess the short answer to the question, where can I get this toon shader, is my GitHub. I should have a link. I don't think I have a link on my Twitch description, but I do have a link on my YouTube videos. I saw your prototype and I just remembered this tool. It's what I use for all my prototype mats and such. So texture grid generator. Yeah, so right now I love this grid texture, but it's just that. It's just a texture. I've been thinking about implementing it with a triplanar mapping. You should be able to do pretty nice grids with this. Maybe that's what the tool does. I'm gonna have to check it out later on, the texture grid generator, but I guess it's some form of triplanar mapping, or so you don't need a texture, which is nice. Let's see. It's itch.io. Let's copy this one and check what it is. Unity doesn't support triplanar outside of terrain. What? Ooh, this test grid generator. Okay, so this one just generates textures. Pretty nice. Looks pretty good, actually. Does it generate it with normals and stuff like that as well? Okay. I would love to be able to, or I would love to create a prototype material that is just triplanar mapping of a grid. But doesn't it work? Okay, still very nice though. Triplanar mapping. Unity. Does it only work with... But if you create your own shader graph... But they... Okay. I'm pretty sure you can use this with anything. Although... But wait, so you mean like the default material in Unity doesn't support triplanar, but triplanar? What the fuck? Let's see. I wonder if this one can pronounce it correctly. Triplanar. Okay, so the default material in Unity doesn't have triplanar, but you can implement it yourself and attach it to anything, yeah. Nah, this doesn't sound right at all.
Triplanar.
I don't know how good this one is with.
Euler.
I don't know. With words like this, triplanar. It should work with this one, right?
Triplanar.
Triplanar. Threeplanar. Tree planter.
Triplanar.
Triplanar. Triplanar. I'm gonna go with triplanar. It is 3 planes, yeah. But try, you know. Okay, so what I want to do now is items, consumable instance. Probably gonna do with item. Yeah. Item instance. Item instance is going to be the information provider. And this kind of sucks. Actually, now when I think about it, this one shouldn't even be a interface, right? It should be its own component. Otherwise, we're gonna have a lot of duplicated code. Let's see, D-Sabbath, are you doing something to your meshes to get those clean outlines? All the methods look decent in tutorial videos but fall apart when you put in your meshes. So by default, my solution supports depth and normal based outlines. And for those, you don't need to do anything special with your meshes. Or I haven't done anything special with my meshes yet, I don't think, in that regard. But then in my solution, I also have additional outlines based on vertex color. And with vertex color, you definitely need to do something per model. Try play narwhal. What do you mean by that? I'm curious why you don't use scriptable objects for the items and such. First of all, I want, like... what is the word I'm looking for? Fuck it. Let's just answer the question. We're gonna use... So item instance is... That's an actual item in the game world. For item definition, we're gonna use scriptable objects. If that makes any sense. Yeah. So, yeah. But then again, sometimes I move forward a little bit too quick. I should just think about stuff before I do it, because this not information provider, I mean this one, visual information displayer, I don't think this is good as a it should be a component, I think. Not an interface. Information provider is gonna solve that problem, but information displayer. But then again, Jesus Christ, let's go. I think I'm overthinking this quite a bit. But then again, I should do it. But let's take this. Start. I don't care about that one. What am I doing? Body definition. Hide, show, get bounds. Let's take these. Information displayer. Get bounds. We don't have a main collider. We're gonna fix that one. I want to check one thing. Rigid body unity. Oh yeah, definitely. You're correct. And I want this to be the mono behavior. Let's see. Rigid body collider. Collider. The problem is, or not the problem, but the conundrum is right now it's going to be, if this is an interface and different components implement these three, it's just going to be a lot of duplicated code. Instead, if this one is its own component, which just asks for information providers, yeah, it might work. Okay, so I want to save colliders. And I want to save bounds. And then I also want a private I information provider. Information providers. Oh yeah. So in awake, I think we're gonna do information providers. Get components in children. Yeah, let's go with that for now. Have I screwed something up here? Because yes. Okay, so that's what we want to do. Also want to calculate bounds, so it's actually get bounds show hide private void recalculate bounds, and Bouquet from Animatic Battle. Welcome back. Recalculate bounds. I wonder if I want to refetch colliders as well. Nah, I don't think so. Colliders is equal to game object get component in children. Get components in children. Okay, recalculate bounds. Let's do this. Do I want this one to return? Probably. What's up, Cancano Pano? Yeah, more like Viva Pinata. I was about to say a joke about developing a Palworld-like game, but that would have been... yes, exactly. But nah, it's Viva Pinata. I get it, Bouquet. I remember Viva Pinata actually being quite explicit if you thought about it, but Viva Monster Pairs, more like it. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, let's return bounce here. I 100%ed Viva Pinata, was one of my favorite games of the 360. Same here. I 100%ed both of them. There was one achievement in the second Viva Pinata that was you had to have a, what the fuck was it, the camera for the 360, and you had to scan cards. I had to lend that from a friend of mine to just get it. Pokemon, but the Pokemons are fruit with googly eyes. Yeah, that's right. Fruitmon, I'm gonna call it. Or Pal Fruitmon. I don't know anymore. The second one was a bit meh. I think it was pretty much just the first one, but with some additional stuff, right? And you could do co-op in it, couldn't you? Fucking love co-op. Recalculate bounce. What have I screwed up now? Oh yeah. And for recalculate bounce, I'm pretty much just gonna take this one. That's pretty nice. I wonder if... I'm just gonna go with this one for now. I don't need to do this. My bounce. New, start from 0. For each collider, let's just do collider in colliders. Collider. Debug log my bounce. No, actually, new bounce. FCK and Gigit. Yeah. What's up, by the way? Copy and paste just like Pal World. Some of it at least, right? Yeah, that's true, Calvino. I fucking love co-op. Hate to implement it, but we will see. We will see. Yeah. Would love to be able to implement multiplayer, but it's gonna start easy with single player. Okay, so what do we got? I've gone back and forth quite a lot with this one. So return get bounce. I don't even know if we need this one anymore. Public get private set. Show bounce. I'm gonna wait with this one just 1 sec, because we have recalculate bounce. I want to do we do it here. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, I mean, local co-op a bit easier. For show. But if you're gonna support, I love local co-op as well. Yeah, it is. But Yeah, I played, what was it? I played Minecraft Dungeons with Steam Link to my Apple TV and 2 PS4 controllers, and it was very nice. Okay. Body definition, because if we do it this way, visual information, we can clean this one up again. It's a lot of back and forth today, but and then I want to on-destroy as well. And then it's done, I think. And this one is implemented in such a way that could just do it like this. Body definition, game object dot add component information displayer, and then just forget about it. Then I don't need to drag and drop on every fucking object. So that's for body definition. Could do the same on item instance, I suppose. But also, let's see here, add component. We'll probably do if game object dot get component. Can we check against null like this? Let's see. Yeah, visual information. This one should be visual. No. Information displayer. Did I last frame information, or I like it more like this, information displayer last frame. Okay. Let's see, I must start implementing shooting in my game. I will have you on the background. Maybe having a better program at talking will influence my... Thank you for the kind words, and hopefully it will. Okay, so now it should hopefully work both with the character and the parent apple. Although Ooh, do we actually... Ooh, we rotate a little bit worse here. Yeah. Okay, I get it. The rotation of the information box for these are a little bit off. So it seems to be rotating around... Let's see here. Or does it? Maybe it's not that bad. Okay, it actually looks good. Okay, I think this is a nice way to do it. We do have... Yeah, 0.2 for offset might be a bit much, but... Okay, but this is nice. Okay, nice. Okay, so now I would like to implement my character actually picking something up. So I should be able to hover it, click it to pick it up. I think we have... Let's see here. Do I have a main action in my input handler? That is primary action space. I'm not sure I want this to be primary action. And if I rename it, let's try it. Input handler, primary action, let's just call it primary movement action. primary. What isn't it? Primary movement event. There we go. And that should be it. Okay, nice. Then I can introduce the actual primary action. Just need to check if did my input handler get screwed up? Yes. Controller, do we have anything more generic? Joystick, gamepad, button, south. Yeah. Okay, so basically what I want to do now is primary action. As soon as it's triggered, we basically want to do a raycast, but we're already doing a raycast, which means that we already have a reference to this one. The problem though is that this is in last update. So might want to switch this, so all these to yeah, so something like this. Let's see here. Invoke primary directional camera relative event. Yes, but I also want to invoke okay, so I want to do this raycast. We don't only want to check for information display, we also want to check for eye interactable, which I don't think is implemented just yet. I thinking about my different scenarios. So for instance, or rather I'm thinking is there a the problem I would like to, so whatever this raycast hits, I would like to save that game object. I don't want to save it as a specific information displayer or a specific eye interactable or a specific eye pickupable. Instead, I just want to save it as a game object. So this is, so right now it's decided by Raycast, probably won't be later, but like this is the object that the player is focusing on right now. So this is the game object. And then from that we fetch a lot of information. For instance, if it's a information displayer, if so, we show the information right now. I just wonder how so I would pretty much would want to be able to do something like this. Game object focused, or object in focus, focused object, game object. Information displayer. So it's basically like hit.gameObject, or it could go collider or rigid body. Hit.rigidbody.gameObject. If focused game object, if it's equal to null, then we do focused game object is equal to hit.collider dot game object. It's a difference. Okay, and then later on I want to do get component and show or whatnot. But when do I want to do hide? I guess, so could do focused game object. Not the prettiest, but will pretty much work the same. And focused game object. I mean, input handler. It's not a singleton as of now, but it probably will be. So 2 get components per update. It's okay. Probably gonna add a few more though. So this is in late update, however. I want to change so pretty much everything except, okay, so we take all of this, put it here, and then we take this one. Okay, so here we pretty much just update it. So if we do have a focused game object right now, or if we had one in previous frame, then I suppose it is hide it, get a new focused game object, and we don't want to do this anymore. So get a new focused game object, and then in late update show it. Right. Because then I also want to do something with, or I want to check if this focused game object has some other component. So for instance, item instance will be interactable, I think. It will definitely be interactable, but I wonder if I want to be as specific as, because interactable might mean something. It might need like push a button is interactable, but might not be pick upable. Ooh, but I do like interactable. We're gonna have multiple of those. Okay, so what I'm thinking about now is having a component called interactor, which handles interactions. And let's see here. So interactor is being fed interactables, and then it's up to it to figure out what type of interaction it is. Maybe. Maybe. maybe it's not such a bad idea. Does C# support interfaces implementing interfaces, or interfaces extending interfaces? Is that a stupid thing? Extension. Okay, this is nice, but let's see. Because then you would have I interactable, and then you have, for instance, I pickupable, which implements I interactable. So then you have the component interactor, which handles maybe. User interface, items. Yeah, it's worth its own folder, I think. Interaction. Interactable. Public interface, I interactable. Okay. Diligence, humility. How are you doing today? Today I've been working on a better way to display the information we had, and now I'm starting to dip my toes in the interaction system of the game. Okay, because in input handler I would like to do something like, first of all, instantiate actions. Primary action enable. And this one is also going to call on something. Iced Coffee, good luck with the premiere. Diligence, Humility, did you figure out about the attribute system? Yeah, the attribute system is pretty set in stone. Probably gonna extend it more in the coming weeks, but how it looks right now is, it's like, I'm happy with the state of it currently. Yes, sweet indeed. Okay, primary and action enabled. So primary action, I want to do. Yeah, we don't want to do. What do we have? Input event vector, Unity event vector 2, system.serializable public class input event interactable. So interactable, yeah, we're gonna keep it like this for now. Might switch it up in the future. I rewrote one of my own systems yesterday to be modular, much better now. Nice to hear. Modular is the way to go. You know, sometimes you can't avoid iterations. Okay, so for now it's pretty much just an interactable event, but we're gonna call it primary event. And let's see here though. Primary movement action, perform, invoke. When we just have these, can't I just do toggle event dot invoke? Or it's more like if I want to go anonymous. What is it? Okay. I mean, it's a little bit cleaner if I just do it this way, if it's possible. I'm not too sure with... Oh, yeah. Ah, but I might as well just do... So, context. But then it's a question of, am I going to extend this in the future or not? Because it might be... let's do it this way for now. We pretty much just send the event onwards. It's just that in my actual components I don't want to work with input actions and things like that and read values. And this class want to transform some of the values before we feed it to the related components. But primary action here, primary event invoke. And we want to send in something here. We want to send in the focused game object. But it's also, it's like, this one might actually be better as a function because we're going to do more stuff here. So private void, these two can easily be done like this, but this one, let's do it a function. Invoke primary event. We want to transform this a bit. Oh yeah. So if focused game object, if it exists, then we want to invoke it. Otherwise, not. So it's primary event dot invoke, and we want to send in focused game object. Although, ooh, yes, if focused game object exists, and we need to check if it has the right, so it's more like, let's see, okay, if not, return. Otherwise, if we have it, interactable. If interactable, okay, not equal to null, then we want to invoke it and we want to send in this one. So we need to do these checks first. So it's basically going to be each frame we update the focused game object. So with the current implementation, it's whatever the mouse is hovering. And if primary action is triggered, so that is clicking the left mouse button, or it's supposed to be, I haven't said it yet, I don't think. But if that's done, then action is performed, so invoke primary event is called. And it's this one, so we check, do we have a focused game object? If we don't, return. If we do, check if it's interactable. If it is, invoke this one with the interactable as an argument. And that is because we're going to have interactor on the character, I think. Yeah, we're gonna have an interactor on the character, but I would like to be able to write the interactor component generic enough to work with this, so the actual input from the player, but also with other components. So I wanted to work with the input handler, but I would also like to be able to add a interactor to a creature, for instance, that has an AI that controls if it should walk, etc. And then search for food, and then it finds a game object, checks if it's interactable, checks if it's consumable. So I want interactor to work in multiple different scenarios for multiple different objects. So it would probably be something like this. Let's see. C# script interactor. Interactor, serialized field, private bool. I don't know. Input dependent. Wait, is this? This should be a singleton already. Yeah, handler. Okay, it is. Nice. Input dependent. Yeah, and this one is going to be false by default. But I think, yeah. So I'm just going to be explicit about it. But basically, let's see here. Player movement. Yeah. So it's going to be private void start. Interact. Private void interact. Interactable. So we start here. Input handler dot add. No. Primary action dot add. Primary event dot add listener interact. But it's only gonna do this if input dependent. Okay. Iced coffee. Yeah, I'm only going to stream for about 4 hours today, so I'm about to exit for today, but I will be streaming tomorrow again. So I'm streaming every weekday from 9 a.m. Central European time, unless something happens. The best time to get noticed is by joining my Discord. I post there every time I go live. EL Studio, thank you. I know, but unfortunately I have some other work I need to do, not as exciting as this, but you know, sometimes it be like that. Good night, iced coffee. Yep. But I think it's been a nice stream today, and I think this interaction system that I just started now is going to be very nice. Been a pleasure, man. Definitely keeping an eye. Thank you, and appreciate it. It's been nice having you here as well. Can't be fun on pairs all the time. That's definitely true. Fluffy Zombie, thank you so much for the follow. Cypher, you too. So, yeah, that's going to be it for today. I would like to... Let's see here. I'm gonna leave this as a cliffhanger. So tomorrow I'm going to continue implementing this interaction implementation. And I think it's going to be very nice. So yeah, I'm gonna find someone to raid as well. But thank you so much, everybody, for watching today, and hopefully I will see you tomorrow. Coding cliffhanger, the worst kind. Yeah. But have a great rest of the day. Peace.